We will then edit this.
Ah, yes. Okay.
Now it started the recording. So very good. So welcome everyone to this International Alumni Day. So it's my pleasure to welcome you for this event. My name is Pedro Fardim. I'm professor at the Faculty of Engineering Science and the Department of Chemical Engineering. My professorship in the area of chemical engineering for human health. So it's a great pleasure to welcome you for this event. So first of all, I would like to say that this event is special because it's a co-creation. It's a co-creation between the alumni engineers, our association alumni engineers, and the international alumni chapters of KU. So we had a meeting to discuss about the topic of this day, and the topic was selected together. And so I would like to thank the international chapters from China, from Shanghai, from Beijing, from South China, from Thailand, from Indonesia, from United States, from Poland, from Brazil, and from Italy, and also the KU Leuven alumni organization to the support and to facilitate this preparation for this event. So we at Alumni Engineers, we have about almost 60,000 members in our association. Here we organize several events. We can find us on Connect easily, on KU Leuven Connect. We organize lecture series, for example, here this 50 years of computer science. We give awards. For example, we give award this year. We have events for women entrepreneurs. We organize visits, for example, in the brewery to like the Subday from Park. There are also organization of international lectures. People can inaugural lectures from the different departments of the faculty, and also a reunion of alumni, and also some cultural activities, like for example this piano concert. Right. So the topic that we selected together with the alumni chapters was engineering human health, future perspectives. And I would like to give you a warm up about this topic. And I will start with a great awakening. So we are living a moment of a great awakening, right? So this is a few years ago. We had this Time magazine, the cover of Time magazine. This babe could live to be 142 years old. So we see that there is a aging population, and this is a consequence of very good decisions and very good technologies we have been developing, from cleaning water, cleaning the environment, developing new medicines, and so on. And with the new technology that can be future developed, this can even be expanded. So if we look in 2020, we had 1 billion of a population over 60 years old. That was about 13% of the world population. If we look at 2050, this is going to double. We are going to have 2 billion over 60 years old. So that's going to be 22% of the world population. This means that in some OECD countries, we are going to have more seniors than young. So, and also this is requiring a new paradigm. So we look at a new timeline for life. So previously we would look at getting an education, then marrying, and then having children, then buying a house, going to work. Then it would be 65, we would retire. Now we are looking at what we can do. And we are in this period even to 100 years old, right? And here we have challenges like chronic and degenerative diseases. We look at how to finance this long retirement. Also how to improve the relevance to society, and how keep relevant to society, and how to adapt to these new physical and psychological needs. we see that the aging population of people living at late age is already present in Canada, for example, in many parts in Europe, in Asia, in Japan, and also in Australia, in New Zealand, right? So in this sense, we see that there is a need of technologies to support this Asian population, and even to extend even more the life quality, right? And here we see opportunities, and these are just some points of opportunities like this augmented reality glasses, smart glasses that will do diagnoses and delivery changes in the closest using wearables, exoskeletons, use of neural robots and robots that to support physicians, for example, bionic eyes, brain-machine interfaces, so these human augmentation technologies will be available. And of course, vehicles like drones and autonomous vehicles around to support us in mobility and in logistics. Also, like virtual personal assistants, home robots, virtual reality experiences like VRs, 3D printing to support new technologies, and even enterprise robots maybe are in development. When we look at aging, we can look at breakthrough drugs, drugs that can be tackle this disease of aging. We talk about social engagement technologies like virtual personal assistants or wearables and implantables, and also systems like to improve the wellness via behavioral incentives. So there is a big boom of technologies, including here technologies that are interacting with the human body, that are in contact with the human body, but also technologies like artificial intelligence and a combination of artificial intelligence and robotics, for example, right? So with this motivation of looking at the future, that's it's not a future where I talk about future generations. We also talk for ourselves because our lifespan has increased so much. We have a very excellent speakers for today, and it's my pleasure to introduce you. So first we have Lucas that will be talking from Indonesia. So Lucas is an associate professor at Atma Jaya Catholic University in Jakarta, Indonesia. He has a bachelor degree from electrical engineering department from Institute of Technology in Bandung. He then has a Master of Artificial Intelligence and PhD in Electrical Engineering here from us, from KU Leuven. And in 2011, he co-founded Indonesia HoneyNet project. And in 2012, he also founded the Health IT Security Organization. So also, together with colleagues from academia and professionals, he founded the Indonesia Artificial Intelligence Society in 2019, and he is actually the current chairman of this association. So this organization has more than 1,000 members across the country and has now 9 chapters covering the main islands of Indonesia. He's also serving as an assessor for National Accreditation Board for Indonesian Higher Education and was acting as head of electrical engineering master at Atma Catholic, Jaya Catholic University until 2020. He also served as president of the chapter of KU Leuven in Alumni Association in Indonesia between 2017 and 2021. And then he is elected as president of Indonesian Alumni Belgium Association from 2020 till now. So it's a great pleasure to have Lucas with us. Then we also have Professor Hervé, now please Hervé Schneeweiss. He is a neurologist and a neuroscientist, MD, medical doctor, PhD, and he's a research director at CRNS and hospital neuro-oncologist at APHP. He's head of the research center neuroscience in Paris, Seine, from CNRS, INSERM, and Sorbonne University. He is trained as a neurologist, looking at movement disorders, neurogenetics, and his scientific work was mainly dedicated to the biology of astrocytes. For the latest 20 years, their roles in brain tumor progression and plasticity, and identify new metabolic drivers and therapeutic avenues. He has authored more than 180 academic papers. He's also involved in bioethics. He is the chair of INSERM Ethics Committee and the EMBL Ethics Board. He's past chair of UNESCO International Bioethics Committee and former member of French National Ethics Committee. He is a World Health Organization advisory committee on development of. Can you please mute your microphone? Can you please move to? Thank you. And he's expert for the OECD for recommendation 457 on neurotechnology in health. He has wrote several books or chapters on bioethics of human embryos, stem cells, genetics, and neuroscience. So, but then let's start with the first presentation. So we will start the presentation with Lucas. Then we will have a presentation from Eve. Then we will have a time for a short debate and discussion, and we will open the discussion for all people present. So the first talk is given by Lucas. Lucas, please, can you share your screen?
Thank you, Pedro. In fact, my name is single word, Lucas, and that's very common in Indonesia with single name. Unfortunately, in Europe, I have to fill in the first and last name. Therefore, it's written Lucas.
Okay, good. Thank you for explaining.
Yeah. In any case, I am very glad to be here and meet everyone. And it's like I returned to Leuven. I returned to Indonesia 20 years ago. And I see here some friends of me, Ilse Smets, Martin Torfs, perhaps some other friends also joining here. And I really also remember my professor, Jan Seekens, Jus van Walle, Sabine van Hoevel, and others. Hopefully they can also join. Okay, with the limited time, 20 minutes if you given me, so I would like to share my thoughts about the topic of today discussion. It's about the future of AI in human healthcare. So this talk is about something that touches all of us, no matter of our background, profession, or interest. That's our health. So it's very important. The advancement of we are seeing in AI promise to revolutionize healthcare in ways that were once the stuff of our science fiction. We are on the brink of the new era where AI can not only transform how we treat diseases, but potentially enhance human capabilities beyond what we have ever imagined. So let's start with the first idea about how AI will revolutionize healthcare. So there are some possibilities. Imagine a world where AI-powered tools can diagnose diseases faster and more accurately than ever the best doctor today. A world where you no longer need to wait for weeks for test results. Instead, an AI system can scan your body and instantly identify any potential health concern, from early stage concerns to rare genetic disorder. In this future, hospitals won't be places you only go when you are sick. Instead, healthcare become a continuous and preventive process. AI will monitor our health in real time, helping us make better decisions about our diet, exercise, and mental well-being. Your watch, phone, or even smart clothing will constantly gather data about your body, feeding it to an AI system that can warn you of potential issues before they become critical. AI will become the personal healthcare assistant we didn't know we needed, and giving us actionable insight 24/7. AI, also beyond diagnostic, AI will also play massive tools in personalizing medical treatment. Right now, when we get sick, typically we receive treatment based on general guidelines, what works for most people. But with AI, medicine can become custom tailored to each of us. AI will analyze not just our symptoms, but also our genetics, environment, and lifestyle, delivering treatments that are specific to our unique biology. For example, imagine AI creating personalized drugs based on your genetic code, targeting a disease in your body with pinpoint precision. These treatments could adapt in real time, ensuring that the medications you receive are perfectly tuned to how your body is responding. And then AI and superhuman capabilities. Now let's stretch our imagination a bit further. If AI can diagnose diseases and tailor treatments, what else can it do? Can AI help us enhance human capabilities, creating what we might call superhumans? In some ways, this is already happening. We have athletes wearing AI-powered exoskeletons to enhance physical strength. We have people with AI-assisted prosthetic that allow them to walk, run, or even play sports after losing limb. As AI continues to evolve, the line between repairing the body and enhancing the body will blur. Myself, I also use prosthetic, yes, because when I was 2 years old, I got polio and my right leg is paralyzed. But I don't have any exoskeleton yet. AI might even allow us to push the boundaries of human potential. Imagine a future where brain-computer interfaces let us control technology with just our thoughts. This is also the dream of Elon Musk lately. Our AI-assisted augmentation that help us our cognitive abilities, maybe with Google, enhancing memory, speeding up learning, or even allowing us to communicate without speaking a word. AI-driven biotechnology could also help us extend our lifespan. Advances in regenerative medicine, like AI-driven stem cell research, could slow down or even reverse the effect of aging. In this future, diseases like Alzheimer's or heart disease may no longer be inevitable outcomes of getting older. Instead, AI might help us stay healthier for longer and allowing us to live fuller, more vibrant lives well into our advanced year. And surely there is also some idea about the effect and the impact of this one. How about the AI and the ethical question with the superhuman capability? Is it superhuman strength or super risk? So with this advancement come important questions. What are the ethical implications? Should we enhance human abilities to this extent? And if we do, will everyone have access to the superhuman capabilities? Or will they only be able to the wealthy? We are talking about whether AI will be accessible to everyone or only limited person because it's costly. These are difficult questions that we as a society need to answer. While AI holds the potential to elevate whole healthcare and the human experience, we must ensure that it does so in a fair, inclusive, and ethical manner. AI has to be developed and applied responsibly, focused on making healthcare accessible to everyone, not just a select few. So try to imagine further in the future. I would like to propose some possible future to help us imagine what we might be heading. In the first scenario, we live in a world where AI able to track our health from birth to old age, from smart crib monitoring infants to AI tools managing elderly care. Our healthcare system will be proactive rather than reactive. Genetic testing at birth will provide a lifetime health roadmap, predicting and preventing diseases based on each person's unique biological profile. Routine checkups may be virtual, with AI doctors analyzing your vitals from the comfort of your home. In another scenario, AI could help us achieve breakthroughs in combating the most devastating diseases, like cancer, for example. This might become much more manageable, if not curable, thanks to AI system that can detect microscopic cancer cells long before symptoms appear. We might even see AI working alongside researchers to discover new treatments and vaccines in a fraction of times it takes today. Or imagine the potential of AI-assisted surgeries. Nowadays, there is also already a success experiment about remote operation, teleoperation, and with addition of AI-assisted surgeries, robotic surgeons controlled by AI could perform operations with incredible precision, reducing human error and leading to better outcomes for patients. So, as a conclusion, what the future holds. The future of AI in healthcare is bright and filled with hope. It offers the potential to not only extend our lives, but improves the quality of the life we lead. We are at the dawn of a new era where superhuman capabilities are not merely science fiction, but a very real possibility within our lifetimes. However, we must also remember that with great power comes great responsibility. As we develop these powerful AI tools, we need to ensure that they are used ethically and equitably. Everyone observes access to the benefits of AI that can bring, not just a privileged one. In closing, the future of AI healthcare is one where AI will empower us to live healthier, longer, and even enhance lives. But it's up to us to make sure that this revolution benefits everyone equally and ethically. The future is coming fast, and together we can shape it for the better. So thank you for your kind attention. Hopefully then we can proceed and then listen to RV presentation and we can have discussion. Thank you, and return to Pedro.
Thank you very much, Lucas. Very, very interesting. Very nice. So to the public, to the audience, if you already have questions, you can start writing the questions. And so in the chat, we will come back to them. But if you want to have questions, you can already start them, writing them in the chat, okay? We will have a discussion with the open microphones later. So now we are going to change to Hervé, please. Your presentation, Hervé. Okay.
So I think you see my first slide, and I think we are going to be very complementary with Lucas. And it's something interesting to see that neurotechnology are coming aside AI in a lot of eras. So I'm going to jump first my declaration of links of interest, because Pedro already detailed, but I have no financial conflict with the data I'm going to present to you. So there is clearly a pressing need for anticipatory governance in the field of neurotechnology. So you can wonder, what are neurotechnology? They are all the field of device and procedures that allow to access, to monitor, to study, and to evaluate, but also manipulate and or mimic the structure and function of neural systems. This is the definition we gave at OECD. You will see later that at UNESCO we gave almost the same declaration. So you have a huge bunch today of devices that are coming under non-invasive ways, such as EEG, and you can find very simple EEGs that are able to record, for example, monitor your state of emotion or awareness. And you have invasive devices that are more and more incredible. For example, it was shown only a year ago that it's allowing a person that has no more capability to speak for 10 years after a stroke to recover speech with a vocabulary of 7,000 of words, an accuracy that is reaching more than 75%, and a speed which is close to 2/3 the usual speed. A very recent paper in New England Journal, 14th of August, even demonstrated that now with 4 different electrodes representing 1,000 recording points, it was possible in only 2 days to allow a person with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, the Charcot disease, to recover speech, not only with the vocabulary, but also with tone. So it's going incredibly fast, and obviously it's going to raise a lot of therapeutic hope for many unmet needs, including something that was already presented by Lucas, for example, for people with tetraplegia, the possibility now demonstrated with some colleagues in Lausanne to have some device recording in the cortex the activity and transmitting this activity to the spinal cord to allow an autonomous work. But the ability to probe and to interfere with individuals' brain activity also call questions about identity, about physical and mental integrity, about individual autonomy. These ethical questions are more and more on the stage because you don't only have the health actors, you also have other actors, for example, in the field of military use, but also in the field of commercial use. Big companies like Facebook, Meta now, but also Google, but also Neuralink, are trying to develop, for example, brain-to-text system that could, in the future, allow you with simple airbags to transmit your thought to your computer. And this is raising a lot of questions. So this is why...
Excuse me,
yes?
excuse me. Are you moving your slides?
Yes. You're not seeing the slides?
No,
They don't move. They
you
don't
need to
move.
click on the left.
It doesn't move.
You should click
on the same
left one.
first slide.
Yes, like that
So,
one.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you missed this one, and we are now on this one. Maybe if I stay here, you see them?
Yes, you see now. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, sorry. So I'm going to try to enlarge my screen, and maybe it's easier to see the slide. Like that, it's okay. So I go quickly through the 9 principles of the OECD recommendation. Some of them are very basic principles to promote responsible innovation, because the first ethical challenge is to try to answer the unmet needs. You have to realize that neurological and mental disorders represent 1/3 of our health expenses. So it's representing trillions of euros, dollars every year. Just imagine strokes, neurodegenerative disease like Alzheimer, but also the fact that 1.5 to 2% of kids are affected by the autistic spectrum disorder, which is neurodevelopmental disorder. So we need to prioritize safety in the development and inclusivity to allow these health questions to be tackled. But we also need to enable a societal deliberation on the way to use the technology. We need to foster capacities of oversight and advisory bodies. We need to safeguard the personal brain data, and Lucas already mentioned the power of EI, but also the fact that EI is working with data, and our neural data or brain data are essential personal data. To promote a culture of stewardship and to anticipate and monitor the potential unintended use or misuse of this technology. So I have to move with my, so you could say these are only principles, but they turn into reality in several countries. For example, I present to you in France the French Charter for Responsible Development and Neurotechnology. A certain number of academic bodies, but also of companies, decided to sign the charter to recognize to users, including consumers, their right to preserve their human identity, their freedom of thought, their autonomy, cognitive liberty, and mental privacy, and to be protected against any kind of non-consensual or abusive use of their personal brain data. So just to go quickly, this charter includes the protection of personal brain data through a clear, accessible, and rigorous information, including the way to collect, but also to store and disseminate or share this data, and the right to refuse sharing. Second principle is obviously reliability, safety, and security, particularly for medical use, but also for non-medical device. And more of these devices are used for gaming, for education, in the workplace. So to be sure that any of the effect of the device could be reversible and could be effective. The third engagement is to develop ethical and deontological communication. No unrealistic expectation, but conversely, no unfounded fears. And we need to have all this based on scientific evidence, including the transparency about algorithms that allow this device to work. The fourth chapter is on preventing misuse and malicious use by preventing any intrusive surveillance or anticipate and block such kind of activities that could influence the decision-making process. And finally, to take into account the societal expectation by committing to tackle real needs, to develop inclusiveness. Lucas already mentioned accessibility, to prevent discrimination and participate in the social dialogue. So just to illustrate, already 39 signatories in France, and now this charter is becoming a European charter for responsible development of neurotechnology under the development of the European Brain Council and several associations that are promoting the development of this European Charter for Responsible Development of Neurotechnology. So I'm also now mentioning the work ongoing at UNESCO. It was preceded by a report by IBC. At the time, I was the chairperson of IBC on the ethical issues of neurotechnology. And in this case, you need to have the balance between some fundamental rights at stake, such as identity, freedom of thought, or autonomy and privacy, and the human flourishing, because all this technology can also participate to human flourishing. And here again, I quote Lucas when he just said with EI that well-being is also important for EI. It's also the case for neurotechnology. You have to consider for neurotechnology that obviously you can raise knowledge about the mental states from direct recording of brain activity, but more and more you can also do so by EI help through a combination of other data, for example, voice recording, eye tracking, monitoring of the movements, geolocalization, behavioral recording. So all this has to be covered by a recommendation. In the report of IBC, we identified several ethical chapters that are at stake, including human dignity by respecting physical and mental integrity, the personal identity, which is the capacity we have to say I, and how interference with our brain activity could interfere with this personal identity, for the best or for the worst. Freedom of thought, obviously. Could this dispositive influence our decision-making abilities? The question of privacy, I can keep my thought private, and I don't want that someone could make inference on my mental state, especially for the risk of neurosurveillance. The question of distributive justice, by having equal access for those who need this dispositif. And for example, there is a common use for hundreds of thousands now in certain forms of Parkinson's disease of implants to make high frequency stimulation, deep brain implants. What are the risks of discrimination and misuse? What about the enhancement? And first, what mean augmentation and enhancement for human brain or human thought? Informed consent, what kind of informed consent is needed for using this kind of technology? And finally, a very important and special chapter for the child or for the adolescents, because the brain of a child is not a small adult brain, it's a brain in development, and we need to evaluate the impact of such technologies on the development of the child and on the future adult there will be. So clearly, I'm going to skip this one. Clearly, there is also a question of international law, because all our systems of law are based on freedom of thought and cognitive liberty. You are responsible of what you do because you had the possibility to do it another way. And if some device are influencing your decision making, if you are able to go to a judge and say, I didn't do that, it was my computer assistant system that did it, it could completely ruin the usual system of law and justice. So clearly, we have specific questions about this specific type of data that are the neural data or the brain data. And in our report, we said that they should be considered as personal, but also sensitive data, especially in the view of the GDPR rules. And we need for that, and to raise these questions and to tackle these challenges, to include all the partners, not only the academic, not only governments, but also the private sectors. I already mentioned the very big company. I mentioned a few in the US, but don't worry that Tencent or Huawei in China are also developing these technologies the same way. Obviously, there is a question of right. Certain peoples, including friends of mine, are considering that we should have new rights that should be named neuro rights. At UNESCO, we consider that the specific challenge should make neuro rights real, but it's also already enshrined in the usual human rights. And we think that there is no need to increase the number of basic human rights. We just have to include neuro rights as we have reproductive rights, for example, including contraception or including the right to access medically assisted reproduction. Neuro rights should be a special group of rights, but already enshrined in existing human rights. And at the end of our report, we recommended UNESCO to continue the work and to see how it could be implemented at the international level. And this is what UNESCO did by presenting to the General Assembly the possibility to develop a recommendation. And now there was a group, an expert group, gathered to define this recommendation. 24 people coming from various expertise fields and from everywhere in the world. I had the great privilege to be elected the chair of this group, and we elaborated through a very inclusive and transparent process. We made an international consultation, and we raised 7,000 feedbacks. We organized 27 meetings all over the world and collected the conclusions of these meetings. So now we have dealt with a recommendation that is going to member states. In these recommendations, we refer to the neurotechnology, but also to any kind of biosensors that could be used to infer some data on our sensory, motor, or mental state. And also, we do not have only to include our brain activity, but also the various parts of our nervous system activity, because the way your gut is working and the enteric system could inform a lot about your health state or other aspect of state. A very important domain also is to consider the whole life cycle of the technology, in the way that it's going to consume a lot of materials to create the technology, but also a lot of energy to be able to raise the data and to handle this data. So to go very quickly, to be able to have clear definition, we define neural data as the quantitative data obtained from the nervous system directly, but also the cognitive biometric data that are the assembly of data that allow to make some mental states inference, even if it's not directly coming from a direct recording of neural data. And the recommendation should cover both. What are the main questions at stake? We consider that human dignity and the respect of fundamental rights is at stake. We need to deal with health, but not only, also with well-being and the other field of application of neurotechnology. The respect of diversity and inclusivity, the fact that we try to answer to some disease and to try to cure some disease should go along with the respect of diversity of culture, diversity of gender, diversity of abilities, and also develop responsibility and accountability of all actors, not only the scientists and the companies, but also the governments, the media, the users, and also consider sustainability. Finally, we need to have at stake some basic principles of beneficence and do no harm, self-determination and freedom of thought, the question of mental privacy, especially in the field of data, neural data collection, what should be the trustworthiness of the technology, how should be the fairness of its distribution and how it could escape from discrimination, what kind of epistemic global justice is at stake. And I come here again on the question of future generation and particularly protecting the brains of our children and of our adolescents. So some specific populations are more at stake because of their dependence or potential dependence to this technology. And for example, Lucas already mentioned persons with physical disabilities that will benefit from neuroprosthetic but could become addict. And what is happening is the company is going to bankruptcy, or if the neuroprosthetic is no more working but is still in place. We have to envisage these kind of things. And what about people with mental disabilities? So a lot of areas of policy action need a mention, and the document is now something like 30 pages long with 200 paragraphs. It will be open to the general discussions of the member state already this fall. We need obviously to prioritize health application, but we need also to regulate the non-medical use, and particularly this non-medical use has to be grounded on scientific evidence. And we see that you have a lot of claims with very, very few grounds for many of these technology in the field of well-being or on the workplace. We need a rigorous assessment of benefits risk. We need cooperation and equity. And finally, we need to recognize that these neural and cognitive biometric data are uniquely sensitive and that there is a urgent need to regulate their storage, collection, their storage, and their reuse. Finally, obviously, a lot of people would like to use this technology for cognitive enhancement or augmentation. It's a classical discourse, particularly for billionaires that now are developing also neurotechnologies. What about the long-term effect? What about the risk? What about the questions of autonomy and self-determination? We need a really effective communication, and we need all actors to be engaged in this field. Because the application of neurotechnology should be huge for improving education, particularly for some children with dyscalculia or dyslexia. It could be used in the workplace, for example, to increase the safety of workers, but it could also be used for surveillance. It could have many beneficial consumer applications, but could also raise new addictions and new surveillance. So we need to balance the way we are going to use this technology, and this is why it will become an international recommendation going now to the UNESCO member states and most likely adopted in a future form at the General Assembly 2025. Thank you for your attention.
Hey, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very nice information, right? Excellent.
Thank you very much.
So,
From Login, Belgium.
okay, good. So now we are going to start a discussion about what we presented. So to warm up the discussion, we would like first to have a question for both of the speakers. Huh? I mean, there is a lot of positive potential we see for the AI and for the integration with the neurotechnologies. But what can go wrong? I mean, what can go wrong, and how could we prevent going wrong? Can you draw some scenarios and also maybe draw some possible mechanisms that we could be we needed to be put in place in order to avoid going wrong?
Lucas, I start to present a few examples.
Yes,
so
please, Salvi.
I'm going to take two examples, one in the health field and the other one out of the health field. In the health field, it's already now 30 years that we are using neurotechnology to treat certain forms of Parkinson's disease. And you have to consider that these are people rather young with akinetic forms of Parkinson's disease, which means that in certain hours of the day, they are fully blocked on their movement. They are not able to move. But when a Parkinson patient is not able to move, he is no more able to think, because there is a correlation and the need of dopamine also, and dopamine circuits also for the freedom of thought. So using the neurotechnology and the deep brain stimulation not only allow these patients to recover their movements, but also their freedom of thought, their fluidity, their agility of thinking. So you see that in this case, you restore the humanity or the human aspect of these patients. Now I'm going to take a second example. which is not directly a neurotechnology, but a kind of inference on mental states. You can use a device named eye tracking that monitors the saccade of your eyes. When you are getting asleep, when your awareness is getting down, your saccade is slowing down. So through eye tracking, it's possible to make inference on your awareness, awakeness, and on your ability to pay attention to what is happening in front of you. So the device can be a very useful device of safety. For example, for a driver, a truck driver, a train driver, because if the gaze is slowing down, a buzzer could ring and awake. And so it's a safety device and already in some cars. But now imagine that the computer of your car is recording the number of time you get asleep or close to be asleep and transmit the information to your insurer, and your premium is changing. And imagine now that you are in the government or the minister for police and security, and you want any bad driver to be prevented of bad driving. So now the car computer is directly connected to the next police station, and you stop the driver, you remove and you put a big fine, and you say now you get home by foot. And you see that the same device used in 3 different contexts can go from safety to a kind of discrimination for premium, to a kind of incredible state of full permanent surveillance of each of our behaviors. So it's really a kind of a matter of contextual use of the technology.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Lucas.
Yes, thank you. I'm also enjoying the explanation from Hervé, and very clear. It's especially since he is the expert in neuroscience. I try to take my view from the engineering part because myself is electrical engineer. So we are the technocrat. We are the one who creates this technology, and we realize that this technology is okay. We always dream of. As engineer, we always dream of creating solution to the problems. We try to ease life to make it better. Now, even ourselves as engineer, we also having hard times in understanding AI, especially because now AI becomes very sophisticated, and some part of it are black box. Wait, allow me to share some slides maybe, which is to help me explain about that one. Okay, wait. And you see this one. So
Yes.
I try to give also a broader view, not only in healthcare, but in fact AI has been affecting us in many things, not only in health, but also in our life. There are ethical and socio-cultural risks because this AI, if it is not developed responsibly, so we are now working as community to give understanding that it is also the responsibility of the developer or the designer of AI, that if we create this not carefully, not responsibly, there would be some bias. There are some stereotypes, some discrimination against some certain groups. So also because this technology, when it's used in many places around the world, based on the context, it also face the problem of ethical and socio-cultural risks that need careful consideration to ensure AI aligns with our diverse cultural values. And also, Hervé, thank you. You also mentioned that very clear in the documents, the discussion about data privacy, because AI is basically consumes data. It needs data. There's not the era where IT is hardware and software, computer and program. But now AI needs data, lots of data. not only in quantity but also should be in quality. So the large amount of data should be stored somewhere, should be processed, and that might include private data there. So besides the security, the problem of data breach, there is also the risk of data poisoning. AI doesn't have the self consciousness to select to filter which data is correct or not. We as the human who input the data to the system can give anything, and AI will accept that as truth. So that's also the danger because there is no protection from AI itself to filter, to reject any data which is not true. So in fact that we need to ensure robust data protection measures and secure data handling. And then so in short, there will be we have some like three keywords: fairness, accountability, and transparency. So this is also sorry, this in Bahasa Indonesia, but then one of them is about data privacy. We also have this law in 2022. Perhaps European has GDPR long time ago. So to make it to emphasize the importance of this one, it means the way we try to protect the abuse of AI technology is by keeping the accountability from the beginning when it developed by the developer, and also when it's being implemented, that the data should be also the correct one. That's some addition maybe.
Yes, very good, very interesting. So let's open this discussion to our audience. So please feel free to open your microphone and questions or comments. Let's open this. Are you with us? So please, questions. Yes, Ilse, please.
Hello all. So very nice to be here and a very, very inspiring talks. I have a question for both of you, probably. If we have good data, we can learn a lot. And like Lucas said, and it's very nice to meet you again after all these years, Lucas. I only know of one Lucas, and that's you. So the data is there probably, and models can be trained such that we can probably predict indeed when someone's health is not so good or not as optimal as it should be. But sometimes you will also learn things that perhaps you would not like to learn, because the mental state, if you know that you're ill or not well, is also very important. So it's, I think, a discussion that has been done already a lot of times. So is this then something that the data should only be given to the physician, the doctor? How to deal with perhaps knowledge that you do not want to know?
That's
Okay, allow me to start to answer. Thank you, Ilse. Nice to see you again. There is in technical term, we are now talking about AI, artificial intelligence, and then there is a subset of it called the machine learning. And there is discussion about how the data is being input to the AI, to this algorithm, and it learns. But now, as you said, there are some situation where the subject, the perhaps by informed consent, the object of some information should not be processed. So there is also now research about machine unlearning, how to modify the AI configuration such that it forget the one which is learned, and that's quite complicated. So that's in one hand, because the knowledge which is trained to the network is will be stored permanently as the long-term memory. That's also being developed, the algorithm. On the other hand, what I'm thinking about your question is about the short-term memory, because some situation, for instance, the temporal condition of a patient, will be input to the system and will be analyzed, for instance. So by some regulation, perhaps as Hervé mentioned in some agreement, then maybe some regulation will also put limitation on how data will be processed and stored, because then so far, okay, AI would like to have data as big as possible, but then we as user, we should control which one may be stored, which one is the baseline data, which one is the variation data, which is can be processed but then should not be stored, for instance, right? In that sense, then we can have the situation where some very private situation, it will not be stored inside the system, and that protect the privacy. Thank you.
To have another angle complementary to what Lucas just said, we can learn from other fields, and we have the field of genetics, genome sequencing, that most likely paves the way for years. First, you have the right to know or the right not to know, and including for some genetic mutations, including those that could involve your family or relative. In some cases, it's important for you to know, but also to some people, including the fact that your children could receive the detrimental gene. So the right to know, the right not to know. And the fact that you analyze the whole genome because it's cheaper now to do so, but even if you analyze the whole genome, you can use software that are analyzing only the types of mutations you are interested in. This is, for example, what is done in the cancer centers, where they are only analyzing the place where some cancer mutations are expected. And then there is a basic principle, which is one of the basic aspects of trustworthiness. You need to anticipate, which means that using such technologies, more and more, the unknown is not that unknown, meaning that you know that using this kind of data, using this kind of analysis, you are going to raise a certain types of information. For example, if you go to a genome analysis, you know that it's possible that certain unexpected mutations are going to appear. So you have to anticipate and ask the patient, if we discover something, do you want to know it or not? If you want to know, do you want the result to go directly to you, or do you want the result to go through your physician or through some surrogate that will handle the information and prepare the message for you? So you see, you have a certain number of aspects that could be now implemented in other fields of emerging technology, because basically these are the same types of questions.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yes, other questions? Other questions from the audience? Just open your microphone. Yeah, so I will keep up the discussion. You know, maybe it was 2010, was a publication in Nature about that Google would like us to, they had a vision that we'll be able to connect directly our brain to go to the internet, right? And this was 2010, and they said that, yeah, in 10 years, this is going to be happening. So in 10 years was already 5 years ago, right? So I would like to develop this a bit, because I think both Lucas and Hervé, you talked about this. Lucas talks about this thought control. There is also an issue about plasticity of the brain, right? That was mentioned. So my question is actually, why is this really going to be a reality? And that we will be able to have a device in our brain and that device could be used to connect to the whole internet. And what could be, would say, the risk? I mean, could someone use that to rack your brain? I mean, like we have a computer, a racker could use that to control you. So okay, let's exploit this.
Lucas, you want to go?
Yeah, okay. I love it to begin. But thanks, Pedro. Well, this is a very challenging question. Of course, again, from my perspective from the engineering, that will be the future, in my view. I mean, people try to explore technologies and make many modification to life, make it easier. Something like devices which was separate from our body start to be attached, a wearable device, and some try to be implanted, and so on. So perhaps, okay, not really very fast. It takes some time because it's about socio-cultural adoption, some resistance in there about putting some implant into our hand, for instance, or even our brain. But then the idea about people would like to have the technology to ease our life, I think that's the situation. Like some people with the putting some interface here to the brain where we can immediately enhance our brain ability, like a computer nowadays, like expanding the memory capability, make it faster. Or in human, like I would like to learn French fast, so I just put the French chip here, and suddenly I can speak French, for instance. That's some imagination, and could be some people would like to do like that. Whether it is really okay, physically attached or just magnetically, maybe not really invasive. Yeah, we don't really need to search, make some surgery. But then there could be some technology which to interface between the brain and the technology. And also, for instance, we would like to have some like a remote control around us, with our blink or with our thought. We would like to open the door. We would like to communicate and others. I think that will be the future of AI implementation in not only in special purpose, but perhaps in daily life. That's as utilitarian view. But perhaps Hervé can add in the from another view, please.
Well, I think that really few people will go to an implant. I will not buy shares from Neuralink. I think that it could be a wonderful technology in some aspect, but the idea that some people without any health problem will accept to go to some implant seems very strange to me. But what we are able to do today with implants, most likely it's a matter of 5 years, maybe 10 years, to increase the computing system abilities and obtaining exactly the same with airbags. So the idea is that in 5 or it could be 10 years from now, we will not have any more a keyboard on our computer. We will not have any more on our smartphones to put with one finger a few letters, but that directly thinking a word or thinking a sentence, it will be able almost correctly to translate on the computer what is already done with these implants today. It's really incredible, the latest advancement. Not only you have the possibility to speak for this guy who was with dysarthria due to the amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, but the first day he was able to use 50 words. The second day it was 125,000 because of the AI LLM system allowing the. But it was not the only point. in addition to being able to decrypt the words and to pronounce the word, the system was able, after a while, a few days, and improving along the months, to include tones. So it was possible to reconstitute the voice of the person before the disease and the intonation of the voice. So this is done with 1,000 electrodes in one human being. So it's just a New England Journal paper a month ago. But the pace, the technology is advancing. The fact that now it's really on the surface of the cortex is opening new possibilities. And I think that at least using airbags and getting rid of your keyboard, billions of humans will like this type of technology, and this will allow Meta, Google, Tencent, Huawei, whoever, any other company, to have access to the words you think about, to have access to the latest privacy. We are still today refrained. So it will be a kind of giant Gmail. You know that when you go to Gmail, Google asks you to read your mail. So even if you don't know that Google is reading your mails, if you use Gmail, Google is reading your mail. But tomorrow, if you use these systems, Google or Meta will read your mind. So we change the level of access of what mean privacy, what mean freedom of thought, and what kind of but it will be like with our smartphone. Are you taking care of the geolocalization? Are you taking care that when you are not using Waze or another GPS system, you disconnect geolocalization? No. So it will be the same with these airbags. You will use them because it's easy at work or to send a SMS or a message to some of your relatives. And you will wear the airbags all the time. So once again, it's not only the question of the technology, it's the question of awareness about what can do the technology, about how we are going to use the technology. And it's the question that we are at risk of being our own slave. We are going to go to slavery with our own desire to become slaves of some kinds of technology. So this is our own awareness and our own learning of how to use the technology that we have to develop and to anticipate.
Wow, that is that is shaking. Eh? I mean, you talk about 10 years. Oh my God, oh my God. You know, it's amazing. But you know, listen to you. I have a question. I mean, do we have science enough about the brain to be playing with this? I mean, do we know enough about the human brain to be with this? Because you also mentioned about the plasticity of the brain, right? I mean, the brain is changing, right? So what could be a potential, the influence of these technologies to the new brain of the future, let's say?
It's clear that we are ignorant, and it's terrible the way we are ignorant. But it's also incredible that being ignorant, facing the fact that if you consider the human cortex is something like 16 billion neurons, and it's clear that the complexity and the capacity of reshaping it's for years of neuroscience research. But we are in 2024, and it's enough of 4 electrodes of 3 by 3 millimeters, each of them with 64 plots. 4 of them placed in the right place of the cortex. 1,000 recordings. It's enough of this 1,000 in front of the billions. It's enough of this 1,000 to allow a human being that lost the capacity of speech to speak again with a vocabulary of 125,000 words. And the experiment lasted for, the one reported in the latest paper, was on 8 months. So it's not a one shot, it's not a one day. It was working along these 8 months. So even being ignorant, we are able to do incredible things. And this is because we are the ability. There is a word by Eric Kandel. It's a great Nobel Prize that won the Nobel Prize for learning and memory works. He was saying the capacity of humans to do good things make bioethics desirable, and the capacity of human beings to do bad things make it necessary. So because we have both sides of the coin, we absolutely need to anticipate and to think about how are we going to develop the technology to maximize the benefit and to anticipate the potential misuse or potential use we don't want to see.
Yeah, it's wonderful, wonderful. Very nice discussion. So anybody has any questions, would like to jump here into the discussion, please, you are welcome. This is like an open discussion now. We have a quiet audience, but the discussion is very exciting. I find it really, really exciting to look at these possibilities for the future. So. No? So maybe then a final. All of this is going to need materials, right? I mean, if you think about it, you mentioned there is an electrode, right, that is going to be in connection. And we in engineering are also looking at materials, right? Because you also mentioned this. You mentioned this about the biosensors, for example. If you use a biosensor, the biosensor it should not interfere, right, with the process. You have to consider this. It should not infer data, should not affect the mental state, right? So what is, I mean, you are working in a hospital, so what is your impression of the materials we have today? I mean, do we have materials for this? I mean, you mentioned the small electrodes, right, that are made, but maybe this has a cost, this is made, you have to replace them for some time, they can fail, right? They can have some problems. So if we look at the engineering community, we are developing materials. So what would be like your wish list?
Well, we have already some examples of what should no more be done. A company that was making systems to allow blind people to recover some vision. It was a chip that was put in the retina and allowing the people not to recover full vision, but enough vision to orient themselves in a space and to read a title of a journal of 1 centimeter, letters with 1 centimeter big. So these people recovered some capacities of seeing. It was wonderful. And then the company went to bankruptcy. 300 of these people were implanted with the device. And there was no way nor to refill the battery, nor to money to get out of the chip. So this kind of framework have to be anticipated. We have to see what kind of liability, what kind of insurance, things like that. Second domain is the domain of energy consuming. It's clear now that AI is going to represent in 2030 something like 8% of the energy consumptions on this earth, which means the equivalent of Germany for 1 year. It will mean that the full energy consumed by Germans for 1 year will be the equivalent of AI cost as an energy. So what kind of of energy we are going to develop, or what kind of minimization of energy use, what kind of local instead of remote sending the data, instead of exchanging the data with big centers, what kind of distributed device to minimize the cost. It's a very important field, I think, for all these wearables, all these devices, to think about the energy cost. And finally, the cost in rare earths, the cost in materials, because all these devices, they are using very rare materials. And now thinking about finding them in the bottom of oceans and things like that. So attempting once again to biodiversity. So the question of sustainability is a major one also for the field, especially considering the environment today.
Yes, wonderful. Lucas, to add something. As an engineer, as an electrical engineer, you are making the...
Yeah, it is. I mean, I really also amazed the progress and the future insight of IRB. But okay, now in my view from the engineering part, for instance, the discussion about the security. Okay, that's the tendency of the most of the people just enjoying the what is it, the easiness, right? They would like to have something like to be enjoyed, to be entertained. While on the other hand, they didn't realize about the danger. So, like computer, okay, allow me just to take example from the security, IT security world. We have, for instance, to extreme. One extreme, for instance, the Windows or Microsoft Windows operating system, for instance, where everything is there and very easy, and everyone become anyone, even the newcomers, immediately able to use that one, but with a lot of danger. But on the other extreme, where the very secure, like some operating system, maybe Linux, FreeBSD, something like that, it's by default everything is secured. Something like if you buy a house, you have a choice whether the house is everything is so open, very easy. You can open the window, open the door, and so on, or everything by default is locked. And when you want to open the door, then you have to find the lock. When you want to open the window, you have to find to find the key and so on, right? So that would be also the consideration of this technology of AI, where AI is very complex, especially when it's interface with human, right? As Harvey mentioned, everything will be accessed and we don't have any control anymore. So there should be a mechanism to control, to help human, to protect human, such that then we as the subject itself can decide which part able or open. I open this part to be accessed. I don't open while I protect this part and so on. So I think that's also our homework in engineering to create some regulation, some technology to find that way of protection, because okay, surely all the technology is developed with the assumption it will be used for good or good usage. But okay, we realize nowadays there are many abuse, also misuse, right? And we should be very careful on not later on not patching the technology, but from the design, that the design should be as Hervé mentioned also, the transparency, the accountability, the explainability. These are the homework of all of us. I think that's also in Indonesia community. We are in collaboration with other countries, with Singapore, Japan, also with Europe, Russia, America. We also try to learn and find some framework to be agreed in this ecosystem, because this is not only the work of this the developer itself only, but now everyone is involved. The lawmaker also involved, the psychologists, sociologists, the all others, because also it become business. Then we have to see how the business will use this opportunity, right, with this technology. Okay, sometimes it's beyond the common people thinking, but the businessman can see the potential of this huge amount of data, of controlling people from remotely, of quote unquote is stealing information from someone's head. That's very dangerous, right? That should be taught from now by a lot of regulations that should be prepared, anticipated for that situation. Thank you.
Wonderful. So we are reaching the end of our International Alumni Day. So I would like to thank our speaker survey and Lucas for this very nice discussion, very nice views for the future. That we know that the superhumans are coming, or maybe they are already around us. But we need responsibility, right? We need mechanisms in order to be able to regulate, in order to be able to implement things in a responsible way. So on behalf of the KU Leuven in engineers, and with the help of the international chapters and the KU Leuven alumni, I would like to thank you all for this very nice event and very inspiring. So the recording will be available. We will put it, and you will know where to find it. So thank you very much, and a very good weekend for everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Pedro.
Bye
Thank you,
bye.
Hervé.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank
Bye
you
bye.
all.